Stimați colegi și stimate colegi, bună ziua! Mulțumesc tare mult că ați răspuns invitației Asociației Presei Independente și Deutsche Welle Academy pentru acest webinar. Este vorba de o instruire specială legată de producerea podcasturilor, care face parte dintr-un program mai mare și mai ambițios, pe care API și Deutsche Welle Academy îl implementează în aceste luni în Republica Moldova. Suntem în acest moment 32 de persoane conectate pe acest link. Rugămintea este să țineți microfoanele închise pe toată durata acestui webinar, cu excepția cazurilor când veți dori să puneți întrebări pentru trainera noastră. O să-i ofer cuvântul acum colegii noastre de la Deutsche Welle Academy, Olena Ponomarenko, care o să ne dea mai multe detalii despre acest program. Olena?
Да, Петро. Добрый день, bună ziua. Надеюсь, меня очень хорошо слышно. Петро, большое спасибо за представление. Хотела бы, конечно же, сегодня поприветствовать вас на этом первом вебинаре, который является открытием нашего проекта совместного Deutsche Welle Академии и API. И прежде чем передать слово Надин Войчик, журналистке Deutsche Welle, медиатренеру Deutsche Welle Академии, которая проведет сегодняшний первый вебинар вместе с вами, я бы хотела буквально пару слов рассказать о нашем совместном проекте с API и о чем он, собственно, и из каких этапов этот проект состоит. API и Deutsche Welle Академии объявили конкурс идей на создание подкастов. Это произошло буквально неделю назад, и я очень надеюсь, что вы слышали об этом конкурсе. Тема этого конкурса продиктована сегодняшней ситуацией в глобальном медиаполе, ну и, конечно же, в медиаполе Республики Молдова в частности. Как показала пандемия коронавируса, во время кризиса людям как никогда нужна точная и достоверная информация, но получить ее становится намного сложнее, поскольку информационная среда неимоверно токсична, переполнена фейками, переполнена непроверенными, заведомо ложными новостями, особенно это касается социальных сетей. Апогеем до сих пор всегда становились предвыборные кампании, но вот уже 1,5 года как мы наблюдаем за тем, как тема коронавируса поляризирует, скажем так, информационную среду, поляризирует общество. Ну и наш проект, собственно, реагирует на эти обстоятельства, и наш проект направлен на создание информационной площадки, которая даст возможность медиа, журналистам и их аудитории обсудить важность достоверной информации как залога, скажем так, выживания в современных реалиях инфодемии. Мы хотели бы, конечно, чтобы медиа рассказали своей аудитории, как научиться искать информацию, анализировать ее и проверять информацию. Для этого, собственно, мы объявили конкурс идей подкастов на тему «Как не утонуть в море фейков». Подать заявку может любая редакция, которая хочет поработать над этой темой. И что важно, в этом новом формате подкастов. Мы принимаем заявки как от новичков в этом формате, так и от медиа, которые уже работали или работают с подкастами. Срок подачи заявок 24 октября. Для того, чтобы помочь медиа подать наиболее качественную заявку и продуманную идею, мы предлагаем 2 вебинара. Первый вебинар сегодняшний, на котором вы присутствуете, который посвящен общей теме производства подкастов. Второй вебинар пройдет ровно через неделю, 19 октября, и на этот вебинар мы приглашаем, внимание, команды редакции, минимум 2 человека. Почему команда? Скорее всего, ваш первый спонтанный вопрос, потому что на этом вебинаре мы предложим вам новый метод дизайн-спринта, в котором работают на самом деле и представителя или коллеги из Google. Это новый метод, который нацелен на то, чтобы в команды, именно коллективно, очень быстро создавали идеи, тестировали их, создавали прототипы и выходили с готовым продуктом. Вот, собственно, на следующем вебинаре, который пройдет 19 октября, вы поработаете над возможными идеями для этого конкурса. Ну, что нужно еще сказать, конечно же, что Если вы пройдете следующий вебинар, то вы сможете наиболее качественно и наиболее полно подготовиться к этому конкурсу и к сдаче заявки. Но если вы думаете, что среди вас или среди ваших коллег есть люди, которые заинтересованы, потенциально были бы заинтересованы в этом конкурсе, но они не смогут принять участие в вебинаре, это совершенно не проблема. Эти медиа, эти коллеги, эти журналисты могут подавать заявку также без прохождения вебинара. Мы со своей стороны просто хотели предложить такую дополнительную подготовку для тех, у кого есть время и кто хочет все-таки еще поработать над своими идеями, над разработкой идей, прежде чем сдать заявку на этот конкурс. После 24 октября, крайнего срока подачи заявки, мы отберем лучшие идеи и попросим представить идеи жюри нашего конкурса на питчинге. После этого мы отберем 3 лучшие идеи, а редакция победителей получит грант от 2 до 3 тысяч евро на производство серии подкастов на тему «Как не утонуть в море фейков». Ну и что важно и что очень ценно, в рамках этого проекта не только финансовая поддержка, но и экспертная поддержка, поскольку редакция победителя получит возможность поработать и получить индивидуальные консультации от тренеров Deutsche Welle Академии во время производства подкастов и во время постпродакшена. Ну и мы надеемся, что на выходе, конечно, 3 редакции в Молдове получат отличные подкасты для своей аудитории и смогут тематизировать вопрос дезинформации, рассказать своей аудитории честно и привлекательно о том, как проверять информацию, как анализировать ее. Собственно, это все. Ссылку на веб-сайт в нашем конкурсе я оставлю здесь в чате. Сегодня API откроет регистрацию на второй вебинар «Дизайн спринта». Это если коротко о проекте. Ну и позвольте передать слово нашему медиатренеру Надин Войчек. И хотела бы еще раз обратить внимание, что у нас с нами работают 4 переводчика, Инна и Алена на русском, Маргарита и Карина на румынском языке. Вы просто нажимаете на значок глобуса внизу, чтобы менять языки. Ну и второе правило, в принципе, Петр тоже уже обозначил в начале. Если у вас есть вопросы, пожалуйста, не дожидайтесь конца вебинара, пишите вопросы в чат или поднимайте руку, и Надин будет на ваши вопросы реагировать по ходу вебинара. Спасибо за внимание. Надеюсь, я вас немножко вдохновила на участие в нашем конкурсе. И, наконец, передаю слово Надин Войчек, медиатренеру Deutsche Welle Академии. Надин.
Hi, it's a pleasure. My name is Nadine Wojcik. By the name, you can already hear that I'm not fully German. I'm actually Polish. I'm a Polish-German journalist working and living in Berlin since 2000. So almost more time in Berlin than anywhere else, a city I love and really love to work in. There's a lot of topics around here. And it's very close to Poland. I'm a journalist since 2008. I'm actually a child of Deutsche Welle, as we say in German. It's a German saying, ein Kind der Deutschen Welle, because I've been trained by Deutsche Welle. This is something special in German media system, that we have traineeships to become a journalist. And these traineeships are with various media outlets. I had my traineeship with Deutsche Welle, and it was a so-called trimedial traineeship, which means that I was trained in radio, TV, and online. And since 2008, I work as a radio and online journalist, and I'm a freelancer, which is also very common in Germany if you want to be a reporter, because the ones who are out in the field are usually the freelancers in Germany, and the ones who do the planning and deciding are the ones who are employed. So I'm a freelancer by chance and will also, because this gives me an opportunity to work for various media outlets. I don't only work for Deutsche Welle, but also for so-called Deutschlandfunk Kultur, which is a national public radio in Germany, and various other radio stations. So I have these two medias I work for. For Deutsche Welle, I work online. For Deutschlandfunk Kultur, I work radio. And my topics are usually culture and work life. And on radio, I do half-hour radio features. And this is new since, I don't know, 2-4 years probably. I also do podcast scripts That means I don't have an own podcast. I'm not a podcast host, but I do podcast scripting for National Public Radio and for children's radio. It's a science radio show for children. And I have to tell you, you might think, oh, children's radio, this is really like easygoing. No, it's not. Usually doing like really hardcore information for children is even harder because you have to get the facts really straight and you really have to understand what you're talking about. So I do the scripting for these half-an-hour radio podcasts, which are hosted by a child and by an adult. And since 2015, I'm also a trainer with Deutsche Welle Academy. And I really wonder, because my very first training was 2015 in Moldova. And I did a radio training for young journalists at your National Public Radio station. Is anybody here maybe who has seen me before? That would be a wonder, but and a nice coincidence. I don't see anybody raising their hands. There's nobody. This is also a question for me because it's a lot of participants. I would like to know, are you able to raise your hand? Please do so, because I do want to do some voting later on. So are you, if you're, I mean your virtual hand, a virtual hand looks like this. Okay, wake up everyone. Yeah, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. Okay. So this is a little exercise for your fingers already. We will do some more exercise later on. Okay, looks okay. If I want to do a polling question, we will not have too many answers. So the ones of you who don't know how to raise your hand, I will quickly explain it. If you look on the downside of your application of Zoom, I don't know how it looks like on your phone though, there is a button reaction. And if you click on this, there is a button raise your hand. And now we please all put our hand down, because once you raise your hand, you also have to put it down. If you use the other buttons, they will disappear so quickly that I usually, as a host of this training, I will not be able to see them. So now we put the hands down again. Thank you for that. So nobody was with me in 2015, I understand. But yeah, it was a very interesting experience for me, first time as in the training and also first time in Moldova. And I was really, really inspired by the passion and also the will and the will to work and to change media landscape. So that was really, really interesting. And I'm really interested in this project and looking forward to work with you on my favorite topic, I have to say, podcasting. Why do I love it so much? And I hope I will be able to transport this passion I have for podcasting to you. Podcast is not only a hype anymore, it's definitely not a trend. It really stands by its own by now. Everybody talks about it. Every media outlet wants one, but actually nobody really knows what it is. And there are so many podcasts out there, but there are not enough good podcasts out there, especially made by journalists. And I think this is a huge opportunity for all of us, for all of you also especially in your countries. And because the production costs are so low, and at the same time, it's important to know how to make a good podcast. I think this is something that really is not transferred so much. So this is my message to you. For me, podcasting is the one and only authentic medium at the moment with a big potential. But it is a lot of work. It is not just one single radio piece. It's a whole audio show. I mean, we're talking really about 30, 45 minutes. We're not talking about 3 minutes. So how do we do it that 30, 45 minutes are really interesting to listen to? And that's what we will be working on. So before we start with this, I would like you to get to your reaction chat again. And I would like to know who of you listens to a podcast. Please raise your hand. I raise my hand as well. Okay. Almost everyone, I would say. So the next question would be, please leave your hand up if you listen to a podcast more than once a week. If you don't listen to a podcast once a week, put your hands down again. So who listens to a podcast more than once a week? Okay, so we are only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 left. Konstantin, can you hear me? And if you can hear me, can you also talk? You can hear me, he says yes, but he can't talk, obviously. Natalia, do you hear me? I see your hand is is raised. Can you talk? I guess this is difficult for you guys to use the microphone at the same time. The question to Natalia or Konstantin or the other ones who have the hand up would be what you're actually listening to. That would be interesting for me. But since it's not possible for you to use the audio file, which is, I understand, I might be that you're using the smartphone or whatever, then it's not able to do that. But you can surely later on put it into the chat. So one more thing I will try to add, because I really like interaction with webinars. So let's see if this interaction will work. I don't know if you know the Mentimeter. And for that, I will share my screen. Mentimeter is an interactive tool. I have to excuse. Oh, okay. Here we go. Sorry, I had to check first what I'm actually presenting here. Which... So here we are again. So Mentimeter, I don't know if you know it, but if you have a smartphone, I would like you now to use the URL you're seeing, menti.com, and then type in the code 21124950. And there you have the possibilities to type in 2 words. And I really mean 2 words, not 2 sentences, but 2 words. And the question is, what is special about podcasts? And I would like you to answer this now, and we will look at it later. But for me, it's always important to know with what knowledge you go into a webinar and also into this project. So what do you think is special about podcasting? Is this working for anyone at this moment? Okay, it's obviously working. You don't have to type in English. You can also type in Russian or Romanian, and I will get a translation later on. I give you 2 more minutes to figure it out. You can keep on writing while I continue talking, but I don't want to be talking while things are still technically working out. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And Natalia. Is this a known podcast host? I don't know, maybe. Okay, thank you very much. You can still keep on writing. I will use this at the end of the webinar or maybe at the next webinar where we're seeing each other again. But it's really interesting, some things that you wrote down. Personality of the host, somebody wrote down. That is really, yeah, up to the point. I hope you will still learn something today, but this is like why my core message is actually host, host, host. So this is the most important thing, to find your mentality, your podcast personality, and we will be doing an exercisement on this today. And freedom was written twice, which is, I think, is a really nice short term how to describe the necessity and also the possibilities of podcasting, because you're really free, as we will see, free from a broadcaster, free from publishing houses, free from money also, because it's not expensive to do so, and free in your way of course, in your broadcasting as well. Entertainment, also something down. We will be talk about this today. Interaction, interesting, yeah, because interaction is a bit limited. It's not like social media, of course, but of course there's interaction when you're promoting on social media channels. So thank you for sharing these words with me. And let's see how I get off here. And please don't forget to put your hand down after you're done, because some hands are still up and I don't know if you want to say something. For now, I would suggest that this is still up because I asked for it. So what are we actually doing today? So first of all, we will be talking about an introduction. What is podcasting actually? Then I would like to have a deeper look with you to journalistic podcasts. This is a term I came up with basically because it's missing, because podcast is everything and yet nothing. So I want to really sharpen your focus on what journalists can and should do on podcasting. We will be talking about the podcast personality, the host that was already mentioned also in the Mentimeter before, and have an exercise on this as well. And then I would like to deep in with you to the power of sound, something that I'm really passionate about, because this is what makes audio media so nice and important, and what makes it so creative. So let's start with an introduction to podcasting. Podcasting is actually a term that exists since 2004. So yeah, this is now Granny talking old stuff. So 2004, how old is this? 16 years, 15 years now. So it's a combination from iPod and broadcasting, actually. iPod, so you see, it's not coming from actually the media sub outlets, but this is something that was created by commerce, by Apple. So iPod was or is short form for portable online device, and broadcasting, of course, is the old word for radio broadcasting. So this is a creation of both words. But podcasting existed even before that. So it existed in the 90s, and it was used by nerds, actually by tech nerds, who did some podcast shows that were not called podcast shows yet, but they did blogs. And on within their blogs, they had audio shows that were regularly updated, and there were the first formats of podcasting actually, and that existed in the 90s already. But we did have a podcast boom, a real podcast boom, and that was, I don't know if you know, in 2014, and I would like to play to you the podcast that had the boom. It's in English. I'm sorry about this, but this is also more about to get the atmosphere and the way how it is done for you. And maybe you do understand a bit of it as well. It's called Serial. And here we go. Oh, hold on. I have to share my audio as well.
I'm Sarah Koenig. BEZ Chicago.
Credit approval required. Capital One Bank, USANA.
This is a commercial. Now it's starting.
This is a Global CalLink prepaid call from
Adnan Sayed,
an inmate at a Maryland Correctional Facility.
From This American Life and WBEZ Chicago, it's Serial, one story told week by week. I'm Sarah Koenig. For the last year, I've spent every working day trying to figure out where a high school kid was for an hour after school one day in 1999. Or if you want to get technical about it, and apparently I do, where a high school kid was for 21 minutes after school one day in 1999. This search sometimes feels undignified on my part. I've had to ask about teenagers' sex lives, where, how often, with whom, about notes they passed in class, about their drug habits, their relationships with their parents. And I am not a detective or a private investigator. I'm not even a crime reporter. But yes, every day this year, I've tried to figure out the alibi of a 17-year-old boy. Before I get...
So it's not important that you understood what she said word by word. It's more that you get the feeling what this is actually about. So this is Sarah Koenig, and Sarah Koenig is really just a reporter. And she did investigation for one whole year on about a crime court, and it is about a 17-year-old high school student who was convicted murder and actually is in prison. And this is not a kid somebody knows. It's not really like an important case. I mean, in the US, unfortunately, murders often. So this is just a random murder case, actually. But she had the will and the creativity to make this first true crime story. Actually, it was before Netflix. It was before Netflix became even popular with all those true crime cases. She had the will and the possibility to dive into it and tell the story in a way that it made it really, really interesting. And it's funny that she says in the beginning, this is a story told week by week. It's funny because back then, nobody realized that there is such a thing that will be, that you have subscribers and everybody turns in again to listen to it. And this is how it really started. And she had this case. And if you understand English well, I really recommend it. I can maybe even put the link into the chat. What she started was basically a podcast boom in 2014. And everybody is relating to this podcast ever since, I would almost say. And she had like 80 million subscribers, which is really, really, really a lot. And people are still listening to this. So this was the boom that was started in 2014. And I will get back now to my presentation. It's always
the entire day much better, if nothing significant happened.
So here we go. So by now we have really 2 million podcasts out there with 84 million episodes. It is really, really a lot. We have, I had a number, it was hard for me to find out the numbers for the Russian and Romanian speaking market. So we have 70,000 podcasts in the on Russian Spotify. German Spotify, excuse me, and 13,000. There it is on Yandex. So these are the numbers for the Russian-speaking market, at least. Here is another number that shows the boom. So we started out, and this is German's numbers, but it actually is almost the same in the US. It's the same in Spain, in Sweden. It's hard to get numbers again for Eastern Europe, but this is almost the same numbers everywhere. So we started out with 14% how listening to podcasts once a week, and now we are by 40% almost. So this is almost triple to where we started. In the US, it's 41%. In Spain, it's 40%. So it's all around this percentage that we have. And here is another interesting chart. It's in German. So have a look at the left-hand side of it. It's in German, but it doesn't matter. Look at this circle we have here. And here we see how old people are listening to podcasts. And you see that this dark blue over here, 12%, these are the people over 40. So me. The rest is younger. So it's actually like really a medium that is for young people. And this is a high potential because these people will obviously get older. And so it will get a really, really mass medium, I would say. And this chart below, the orange one here says it's about education. So the orange chart is with academic education. So the people actually do have a lot of knowledge. The left, the yellow part is high school education. So it's really also a medium that has a lot of people with high knowledge. Here are some more numbers. So we had the chart with 38%. In Germany, 41 in US. And another important thing is that the people listen to it on their smartphone. We will be talking about this as well. They are listening at home and on the road. And most of them, even like 35%, prefer a maximum of 15 minutes, which is actually already very long, because if you come from radio journalism, if you get 5 minutes broadcasting, this is like really, whoa, epic. But there you have 15 minutes or even more. Another chart says things also about the so-called heavy users. So we have here, we had no heavy users in Moldova, obviously. I think it was, how many was it? With including me and Oljena, 5 or 6. This is a chart from the US. The US is obviously the market that has the most podcasts at the moment. But Spain and Sweden, for instance, are catching up. So we have like 3 podcasts a week, which is by 20% already. And we have 4 to 5 podcasts and even up to 11 podcasts a week. So I would say if you look at this whole thing, this is really heavy users that are listening to podcasts 3 times a week. I do as well, actually. And I actually have more subscription that I can listen to, which is always the same with podcasts, I would say. Let's have a look at where people listen to the podcast, because this is also very important for you. If you make podcasts, you need to know where are your listeners while doing or listening to you. So we have 36% outdoor and 46% indoor. This is again numbers from Germany, but they are more or less the same, for instance, compared to the US. And interesting also is, what are they doing? Somebody wrote down when we did the Mentimeter in the beginning that you can do different and other stuff while listening to podcasts. And this is also something that is very, very unique and very, very different from other media. If you read a newspaper or an online article, you have to read it. You cannot do anything besides it. If you're watching TV, if you're watching TV, you maybe can do some housework, but you still have to focus your eyes every now and then on the screen. But if you have something on your ear, you can do a lot of things at the same time. And this is what people are doing actually while listening to podcasts. So they are at home. Most of them are doing housework. I don't know if this is true for you too. For me, it is totally true. I do laundry, for instance. but also a lot of people are on the road on their way to work. This is why 15 to 30 minutes length is always a good length, because usually people are at work during this time. So it takes them like 15 to 30 minutes to get to work. And also you see the blue one here, going to bed. This is also true for me. I don't know if it's true for you. Like before I go to sleep, I actually always have a podcast on, listening to the news of the day. What did I miss? What didn't I really hear yet? So people use this a lot actually before they go to bed. So now it would be important for me to know what are actually the podcast characteristic, and I would like to work with that with you together. And I don't know if this is possible, but I would at least try, give it a try, because the interaction was a bit difficult until now. But I do have a Jamboard prepared for you all. And I would like you to write down what you think is the difference between podcasting and radio. Oops, this went only to one person. Podcast and radio. So I sent into a chat a Jamboard. I will show you it on my screen as well. This is how it looks like. I'd like you to get on there and write on a Post-it note. You can grab a Post-it note here. I don't know if you see it. So here on the left-hand side, there is a bar, and the fourth from the up is a Post-it note. You can click on it, and then you can write, and then you say, okay, and then it appears here, and you can put it here. And I also put 3 down already, which you can also use to just double click and enter there. So I would give you 5 minutes now, or let's say 10. I have a look. Yeah. So until 13:50 to write down some characteristic of podcasting. And if you have questions or you don't understand it, then you can always ask me. Wow, it's getting full. That looks really good. The translators are still translating some of the post-its and some are still showing up. Usually I would cluster it right away, but since we have the translation in between, I look at what we've got so far and if it corresponds with my PowerPoint. But as far as I can see, it covers most of the thing that I also have on my presentation. So I see durata poate format duration can be different. Can we listen to when it is comfortable, focused on a topic, which is for me already 2 characteristics. Applied language, the episode is pre-recorded and can be accessed at any time. Does not need special equipment and tools. Niche interests, yeah, very good one. On topic. Okay, so I will cluster it in the next break that we will have so that this doesn't get lost. But for me, it's really nice and important to know that a lot of knowledge already is there, but some is also missing, as I can see. So I would like to get back all these windows. I need more screen than one. To my presentation. So here we are. So some of you said that there can be listened to or like that they are accessible, and that's the thing, right? That this is like definitely a digital medium, a digital file, and that can be listened while streaming or even downloaded. So this is like something that is really actually very important to realize, because before podcasting, you always needed a big broadcaster, you needed a license, a frequency, otherwise you could not broadcast. And now all you need is a digital file. And this is it, basically. So some of you already wrote down also, it's not time bonded, so it's available anytime, it's on demand. This is also, I mean, imagine on radio, when I was working for radio, I always had to say, oh, okay, if you want to listen to the report about you and the interview we had today, you have to listen at 7:45 a.m. on this and this frequency, otherwise you will not hear it and it's not able to be recorded. And now you can just say, okay, here's a podcast, you can listen to it whenever you want. Something that I was missing actually, and this is the most important thing and what people always forget when concepting a podcast, it has to be consists of several episodes, so that I hope this is right. No, this is this one. It has to be on many episodes, so that is not like only one podcast, but this is a podcast that has episode 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So if we have a criminal case and you want to tell the whole story about this murder, what happens in episode 1 and what happens in the last episode and what happens in the middle. So this is like from the conceptual part of point, this is the most like the biggest barrier you have to cross in your mind or thinking while concepting a podcast. And the step before that was that it is word-based, that it is people talking. It has little music, but it could have more music, I would suggest. And one very important criteria, I didn't see that on the post-it notes either, is that it is very intimate. You have the iPhones, because we saw on the chart before, people are using it on their iPhones, on their smartphone. And this is as intimate as one can get. You have the iPhones in the ear, So it's almost in the head of the listener. You're almost inside their brain, basically, because you can't get closer to a user as via headphones. So this is very intimate, and this is what you need to know, because people only let people inside their brain or inside their head that they are like, and that people who really talk to them in a friendly, personal way, because otherwise they will it will be too, ooh, get off me, right? So this is important to know. And that is something that you all wrote down, or there was a lot of posted on this, that it is accessible. The production costs are very low, but it is still a lot of work. We don't have to forget about this. And a lot of people, unfortunately, do forget about it, that it is a lot of work. Because I don't know if that happened to you before, but sometimes some chief editors say, oh, we need a podcast, do it now. Like, you do your normal work, and after work, just like 1 or 2 hours, and then you do your podcast. And it is a lot of work. I mean, the post-production is a lot of work, and podcasts where not a lot of work is put in, they most of the time are not successful and will vanish from the market. So this is something not to forget. So who are actually the players on the market? So first of all, we have the individual. We had the nerds at the beginning, the tech nerds, the bloggers, but also on German market, there's a lot of individuals, let's say, like, for instance, the woman that helps you get the child onto the out of your I hope the translators are getting this right now, like Hebamme, for heaven's sake. I don't know the English word at the moment. Translators, I'm talking about a woman that helps you give birth. So I know a woman who helps you give birth, and she has her own podcast about this, just as an individual person. But there are also production companies. Midwife, thank you. We have production companies and podcast labels. This is something that is very common in the US. It's starting in Germany, and I hope it will be coming everywhere, because this is a new potential for young entrepreneurs. Podcast labels is basically like Netflix, but for audio markets. And in US, there is Gimlet Media, and if I have here, they're called Gimlet Media, for instance, or Crooked Media. Crooked Media was founded by the PR councils of Barack Obama. He had a podcast during election campaign, and afterwards they started a podcast label, which is like Netflix, let's say, or a production company. And in Germany, we also have the first labels starting. So they are not broadcasters, not a publishing house. They're really private companies that are only doing podcasts. So this is really something new on the market as well. But of course, we have publishers and we have broadcasters as well. In Germany, I don't know how it is in Moldova, but in Germany, interestingly enough, the most successful podcasts are not from broadcasters, from traditional broadcasters, but from newspapers. And in the US, it's also the same. The New York Times has a daily podcast. It's called The Daily. It's a most heard podcast in the US by New York Times. It comes out daily, obviously. It's 20 minutes long. And it is from a publishing house. And that is because the publishing houses were the first, at least in Germany, I don't know about the Moldova, to realize how little technical work it is to get a podcast across. And the traditional broadcasters are still so inside their radio head that they have problems realizing the new approach that you need to have as a host, for instance. And that is something that we'll be working on, that you have to have a host personality and not a radio personality, like a really like a really stiff radio personality, but really somebody who's talking inside your brain. And we have companies in Germany. Audi, the car company, for instance, has a podcast about electric cars. which is quite interesting even, or Lufthansa produced podcasts for their flights. So these are the players on the market. So it's not only journalists who are having it on the market. Where do we find them actually? I put down some Russian speaking portals and of course Spotify. So we do have the podcast services, we have streaming applications and subscriptions. So this is how we get there. Also very accessible. This is something you put down on the post-it notes once again. So this is so easy. You just have to have access, or in case of Spotify also have to pay sometimes, but they're also Spotify for free. How does it actually work? And this is where the production costs come in. So as I said, we only need a digital file, which is an MP3. This is so simple. In radio, we had like WAV files, which is like very large files with very profound sound details and so on. So now we only have the MP3. And you need a known website if you're not working for a broadcaster. And this is not enough. You also need a web space, or as we say, a podcast host. What does it actually mean? I will explain it later on when you see a chart about it, what it is for. And we need an URS feed, which is to get the subscription done. And at the end, we need this URL to upload it. So let's get it to the beginning again. So after you have recorded your podcast, you will have an MP3. Then you want to publish it on your website. But if you upload it on your website and you will have many subscriptions, let's say you have a lot of users who want to listen to your podcast, your website will be down in no time. There will be too much traffic. And that is why you need definitely a web space or a podcast host space if you have more than 10 subscribers, let's say, because this is the place, the virtual place where your episodes will be like saved in. And this is what you pay for basically. But at the same time, which is really nice, and then you don't have to do it yourself, this web space that you will pay a fee, same as you would pay for your blog, will give you an RSS feed. An RSS feed is basically a technical thing coming also from blogging that makes it subscribable. And an RSS feed is nothing else than like some technical stuff, but at the end of it is an URL that you will need to upload on the streaming services. So if you have this space here, the web space paid, and you upload your podcast there, then you will get the RSS and an URL. And this is all that you will need to subscribe. For instance, let me stop this presentation here and let me see where it is, where I have it here. For instance, if you want to have your podcast at Spotify, you basically only have to type in Spotify for podcasters, and then you end up on this page. And it is so easy that you only have to hold on, where did I get it? No, sorry. You only have to type in your URL. Get started, there we are. No, I always have to, sorry. I always have to type in my ID, and I don't know the ID here, but I have screenshots here. So I got back to my presentation. So sorry for that. That was not well prepared from my part. Oops, that's the thing when you always skip from one to the other. My presentation is suddenly gone. No. I closed it. Ah, there we are. So what I just wanted to show you and what didn't work somehow. Sorry for that. I have to find my presentation. I just opened so many things at the same time. Don't understand this. What I basically wanted to show you, and I failed, obviously, is how easy it is. So you get from your web space, you get your host, and from the RSS feed, the URL that you're getting, this is all that you have to copy and paste and put into a field that is within Spotify. So here we are. Sorry for that. So this is the page I was looking for, but I had to subscribe. I didn't find my ID. So this is, you don't see the share screen, of course. So here we are. Sorry for that again. I will not skip my screen so much anymore, and then I don't get so many things wrong. So this is the page I wanted to see you. So I pressed on get started. You have to be logged in by Spotify as a known subscriber. But once you are part of Spotify, I don't know how much it costs in your country. For us, it's like 10 euros, I think. Then you can also upload your own podcast. And it's basically just this button you push that I just wanted to push. And then there's already this field coming up, and you see link to the RSS feed. This is the one I was just talking about. And you will be uploading this RSS feed there and an image of your podcast, and it will be already be online and within this streaming platform. So it is really, really easy and accessible. What also a lot of podcasters do is YouTube. I will not skip the screens again because I fear that I will lose my presentation again. For YouTube, it's also as easy as this one. You have to be registered at YouTube. The only thing that you have to do before uploading something with YouTube, you need to create a video file, which you would do with the simplest video software on your computer. You have to have an image, and this image you can combine with your audio track, and you save it as a video, and then you can upload it on YouTube. And this is also very, very easy. I get a message, as far as I know, Spotify podcast is not being supported in Moldova yet. Is this true?
No, now you can listen to Spotify in Moldova.
I mean, Spotify is just an example for streaming platforms like iPod. The iPod podcast application works almost the same. For me, it's just important to let you know that it's technically really, really easy. I just saw the charts that Spotify on the Russian-speaking market is quite a lot of use. So I was showing you this one. This is a complex chart, but it's really, really easy. You don't need to understand the words. You just need to understand the signs. So this is you. Do you see my mouse? This is you, the podcaster. Do you see my mouse? Can somebody say yes or no? Okay.
Yes,
so
we do. We do.
This is your listener. And this is your pod space I was talking about. So you create an MP3 and you upload it on your pod space. The pod space creates an RSS feed. You put the RSS feed on your blog, and at the same time, this RSS feed is used for iTunes, podcast apps, Spotify, whatever. And via this, the user, the listener can listen to your podcast. So you're out of this business. Technically, everything happens here. All you need to do is upload it and get the RSS feed. The rest is done here technically. So this is really, really easy, even though this chart might look a bit complex, but it is not so complex actually. So now you would say, okay, podcast, what do people actually listen to? And this is also very interesting. To see a chart. Why is this always happening to me? Yeah, I don't know why this happened. Why this happened again? I lose it somehow. It flashes off. Don't understand. So what's really interesting is you would say podcasts, yeah, what are actually people listening to in Germany? Comedy is so common. Everybody listens to comedy. Do you see my screen again now? No. Everybody listens to comedy, but the good news is people don't always listen only to comedy, but they listen to actually hard facts. And this is again for a shot for German market, but it is true not only in Germany, but also in other countries within Europe. But it's not so easy, obviously. I don't know why, but podcasting is obviously old, since 2004, but there's not a lot statistics about it. But this is a chart I found, and I think it's universal. So you see the red buttons and the red charts, they are really interesting for us to know, because on first place it says info, science, and education. So it is not comedy. The second is entertainment and comedy, and the third is already news. So for us journalists, there's a lot of potential there, and people actually have the urge to find out more about how the world is working. They don't only want to be entertained; it's even on the first place. And if you compare it maybe to TV, in entertainment and comedy is definitely there on the first place, and not information. So this is really a medium made for us journalists. So this is really the good news about it. So what I would like you to do now is to let me know again on the Jamboard. It's still the same. It's still the same address. I don't know if you have. I have to copy it into the. I will copy it again into the chat. And on there, on the second page, you can actually access the pages by clicking forward. There is a second page, and I would like you to write into what journalistic podcasts are made of. So we had the characteristic of podcasts now, but now I would like to know what is special for journalists, what they need to know when they do podcasts. And I will give you 5 minutes time now. So it's 2:15, we talk about it. And it would be nice if you try to just keep one word maybe. So because then for the translation, it's easier. And also it's always interesting to just find one word. Okay, so what I get from the translation is a lot of content. You talk content on so many participants wrote on the category content. I mean, so information, interviews, this is all content part. Most important news of the days, investigations, coverage on demand, public interest stories. So this is all possible genres of content or formats. I'm a bit missing the characteristic that is important for a journalistic format. So I don't know, some translations are still missing. So the different formats I will be talking about in okay. I see. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see it. I see. Yeah, I see it. Yeah, the personality of the character is important. Yeah, this is true for every podcast, I would say. Reliable information, interest of the audience, new information, very specific topics, diversity in points of view, topics for larger audience, hard subjects being told in an easy way to understand, in-depth analysis on subjects, verified information. Yeah, so this is all about different formats we can use as journalists. This is all very true. I will talk about it in a bit, but for me, it is important to do or to say something. Do you see my screen when I skip the tab? Great. Is something very, very basic, but I have to say it because it is usually forgotten. So one thing is that you really have to think about time timeliness. So events that occur suddenly and fit well with the news schedule are more likely to be reported than those that happen like not on like recently, basically. So long time trends are not likely to receive so much coverage. So this is important for you when you choose the topic. Of course, which is also important, is the correctness. And this is true to every journalistic podcast, but it is so much more true the journalistic format, but this is so much more true to podcasting because it is like a very conversational medium. It is so important that we get our facts right. And what it is interesting in within a podcasting, because it is so personal in a way, and the host plays such a major role, is that it has the possibility to be very transparent in the way you do your research. So for instance, the podcast I played to you, Serial from 2014, the podcast is successful because the reporter takes us on the journey of her research. The research is part of the podcasting. She says, okay, I'm going to meet this person, but it was really, really hard to find contact to this person. I called her so many times, and now I'm on the phone again, and let's see if he or she answers the call. So this is like really part of the podcast, and this is what makes good storytelling and also a transparency of your research. So this is, for me, it's new. Or for me as a journalist, it is new to open up really my research and the way I found my, my information. Familiarity is also another thing. So the people have to get attached to the topic somehow. They have to have a relation to it. And this means also the meaningfulness and the relevance. So in the sense of identification to the topic. And only if if it's relevant to me, then I will listen to it. And of course, and the last thing is, and I stressed this so much already, is the serial connection to it. And I put down some examples for good journalistic podcasts. I don't know about the podcast from Moldova. I don't know, maybe you can tell me about it. I just got the hint that these might be good journalistic podcasts. But before we talk about podcasts from Moldova, I will talk about this one here, Coronavirus Update. This is a German podcast. It's translated into 10 languages by now. And it was so successful. Why? And this is so obvious if we look back to our criteria, because it was on the right time, because it was correct, because it had a relevance to me, and it had a serious point of view. This was all, of course, I mean, a pandemic doesn't happen all of the time, but this was why this podcast was really, really successful. There's also another podcast in Romanian language. Is somebody here in this seminar that can tell me something about it? Because I haven't listened to it. Who could turn their microphone on if there is anyone? Or the Newsmaker, I listened to it. It sounded really profound, but I didn't understand it. So I don't know, is somebody listening to this one here? These are the 3 most listened to podcasts in the United States. This is The Daily that I talked about from the New York Times. This American Life I can hardly recommend. It's like the state of the art for podcasting. They really have a very interesting way of storytelling. And this Pod Save America is made by the PR agents of Barack Obama that founded their own podcast corporation now. And it's called Crooked, you can see here. So this is the podcast label I talked about. Yeah, and we have on the record here, I don't know if Anka is here with us. Oops. Okay, there is something in the chat. So for me, it's really important to know, I don't know why nobody is talking, but for me, it's really important to know what you're listening to, especially if you keep with or stay with a program. For me as a trainer, it's important to be prepared and know what kind of podcasts are popular with you and in your country. So please, if you're not able to talk, please just write your favorite podcasts within the chat and I will save them and listen to them until the
Deci,
next
bună ziua!
week.
Aș putea eu să vă spun care
and
ceea ce
write down the podcasts that you...
Mi-am spune
Yeah, please do so. You can always also talk in your own language. I have translation, by the way, right?
Eu mai mult prefer podcasturile din România. În primul rând pentru că eu stau foarte prost la capitolul străine, dar în al doilea rând îmi par podcasturi mai valoroase ca și informație, mai bine gândite. Și în mod special ascult podcastul făcut de jurnalistul Mihai Morar, care se numește Fain și Simplu. El abordează deseori teme de dezvoltare personală, invită tot felul de specialiști din România care s-au remarcat într-un domeniu sau altul, cum ar fi nutriția, gândirea, chiar și jurnaliști, cum ar fi Andrei Raicu, care iarăși ea promovează yoga, meditație, o promovează. Și mai mulți alți invitați. Alt podcast pe care eu îl ascult deseori din România se numește Mind Architect. El este făcut nu de către un jurnalist, el este făcut de către un specialist în neuroștiință, care se numește Paul Olteanu. Și el practic acest podcast, îl face el și vorbește cum influențează gândirea noastră tot felul de, nu știu, aspecte din viață. Cam asta. Adică vorbește despre impactul gândurilor negative, pozitive, despre cum însăși la nivel neurologic ele astea se au loc.
So these are Romanian podcasts, you said, right, Natalia?
Da, română, da, din România.
Yeah. Could you do me a favor and type them into the chat as well, so I can write them down for my preparation? The names of the podcast?
Da, le scriu.
Great. And one question, what kind of format are those podcasts? Is this a talk or is this just one person presenting or?
Podcastul Fain și Simplu cu Mihai Morar e mai mult interviu. De fapt, nu mai mult, dar doar interviuri. Interviuri lungi de aproximativ 2 ore. Este interviu. Pentru că el este jurnalist și probabil că din cauza asta nici nu ar putea să facă un alt fel de podcast. Dar celălalt, cu Paul Olteanu, este, el fiind specialistul, el prezintă informația și el o prezintă, el încarcă acest podcast și pe YouTube și el, printre ceea ce el vorbește, prezintă și infografice. Scheme, de lucruri interesante selectate din cărțile de neuroștiință pe care el le citește.
Okay, so one is an explainer more or less, and the other one is a talk. I understand, right?
Da, exact.
Okay, so this is something important to know. So podcasts, as I said, the people are inside your brain basically, or you are inside their brain. And this is why a podcast format is always a talk, because it is like I'm talking to you, I'm the podcast, I'm the host, and I'm telling you a story, or I'm telling you the news. That's why I'm saying this is an official, artificial talk, because usually, or
da, în cazul lui Mihai Morar, da, e un interviu simplist, așa simplist. În cazul lui Paul, e un pic mai complex, dar probabil că se explică și prin faptul că el e specialist. Dar oricum, el se străduiește mult să prezinte informația foarte simplu pe înțelesul oamenilor.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, I just heard from Natalia that it's difficult to listen to the neuroscience podcast because it's difficult to listen to all these words. How can we make it easy to listen to? Just follow the rules, make an artificial talk out of it. Because as I said, this is just a way of perception of our listeners. So artificial talk means that
uneori invită și specialiști, colegi de-ai lui.
There might be either an interview partner or a co-host. A co-host situation is very, very common. At least in the podcasts that I listen to a lot, or that are state of the art a bit, a host co-host situation means that somebody is a host that does not know about a topic, and he invites somebody who knows something about a topic. That might be an expert, an interview partner, somebody from external, or it might be even a colleague, and that is very, very common at the moment. So a journalist, a colleague that is into a topic, and he explains what he knows. And that makes this artificial talk going on between the host and the co-host, host and the interview partner. Why artificial? Because they are not talking like they usually would talk, obviously, because they are meeting in front of a microphone. This makes it already artificial. And there is another person, and this is the listener. So the host asks question that a listener would like to know from this expert. So this is why it is called the triangle of interviewing or hosting. So this listener is always with us, and we have to ask questions this listener would like to know. And this partner, interview partner, host or co-host, is answering stuff the listener would like to know from him. But those two are talking. They are not talking. So this is why it is an artificial situation. And another thing is, I mean, this happens in podcasting all the time, that people just talk. And this might be very, very tiring. There is this one book I have to show you. Stop my presentation again. So this is Make Noise, it's called, by Eric Nuzum. He wrote a book about podcasting. It's quite well perceived. And he said something that I really liked. He said there's only two kind of podcasting: storytelling podcasts and chatting podcasts, if you go down to formats. And chatting podcasts only work if you're a personality, if you're a star, if you're a comedian, if you're an entertainer, and you're used since years how to entertain people. And then it's easy to follow your chatting, because I'm interested in your chat just because you're so good at it. But usually we are not that good at it. So we should get back to our skills, which is the skills of storytelling. And this Eric Nuzum said something I really like, which is no one ever listens to a podcast because they have to listen to it. That is work mostly. They listen because they want to learn something and be entertained. So these things are at the core of the podcasting. Learn something, and we had this on the journalistic characteristic that we wrote down. Yeah, so the correctness, the facts, the familiarity, the timeliness, and so on. They want to learn something and they want to be entertained. And that is something that journalists have really always a problem a bit about it, because they say, oh, I'm not an entertainer, I'm a journalist. But this is true, of course, but it is important to know that if you want to bring your message across, you have to use techniques that makes it easier to get your information across. And this is why storytelling is so important for podcasting. And that means storytelling means also that even a talk, even a discussion, even an interview can also have a storyline, have a way how we get the message across. And why do we stress storytelling so much? That is because it is a technique that is 3,000 years old. It was invented by the Greeks. And I mean, you can say, oh, we're using such an old technique. Why? And it's very simple, because it still works. So let's have a look at it, what we need for a good storytelling. And this is also true for podcasts that only have interviews. We need a key message, and that means please focus only on one story, not several. Decide and kill your darlings and say, okay, I've done my research. I know so much. Oh, you can't see me now, but I'm presenting it like spreading my arms. I know so much, and I have to tell only this little about it. So just really kill your darlings and say, okay, this is my key message I want to focus on. Talk about the process. Don't talk about stuff that you say, okay, this happened, and now we talk about 1 hour why this happened. So rather, let's say, take the listener on the journey, like this podcast I did in Serial from the murder case, and say, okay, what happens first, what happens next, and what happens then, and don't spoil, like, you know, the term spoiling maybe for Netflix series or so. Don't spoil your messages you want to get across. Look out for a conflict. A conflict is always more interesting to know, or more interesting to follow than just to follow the process all the time. That is where nothing happens really. Tell the story emotionally. How does it touch me in the core? How does it work? What's the emotional connection to it? And I know journalists have a lot of problem with this again, but you don't have to. It's why do we tell stories emotionally? It's not because we want to be tablet paper style, not at all. It is science, actually. It is proven that the emotional part of your brain is much quicker than your logical part of your brain. It is so quicker to understand the message. And we would be stupid to not use this technique, to not use the technique of emotional storytelling, because we will be much more easier to get across what we want to tell. And this is also so true. Be part of your story. Make your role transparent. Be somebody. Be a person. Be a person we can listen to. Be somebody, like, be this body in my head again, right? So this is also part of storytelling. Also, you can be a protagonist of a podcast when you say, okay, I have this and this problem. Let's say I only get fake news and I want to validate them myself as a user. And this is what I got today in my social media feed. And let's see how I can verify it. And I take you on the journey to get there. And last but not least, what is the added value? Listeners love to have a solution. Listeners listen to podcasts because they have a problem and they want the solution for it. So this is so true for all the niche podcasts where you have like yoga or vegan living or meditation or work-life balance or even childcare podcasts that I also listen to. But this is also true for facts and information. If I want to know what is it with this vaccine? Is this really healthy? Should I get a vaccine for my child or not for the coronavirus? This is a problem I have, and you as a podcaster find a solution for them. So this is what really listeners hook up to when we talk about storytelling. When we talk about different formats, and this is what you had on the post-it notes, and I saw some of them. I saw about like news of the day, I saw interview, I saw talk. So this is the different genres we have, and we can there's no real how you say this, no real literature about it, so I cannot really do a definition that is like really state of the art. But when I think about the stuff that I hear on podcasts, we have this talk format, we have the host co-host format where they have just really a talk, maybe also with interview partners, maybe with one or more interview partners. This would be one format. Then we had Natalia explained it, and if I understood her right, we have this explainer. That means we have a podcaster that is only one person explaining something to me. That would be the so-called explainer. This is very common in Asian market, for instance, as I work for Deutsche Welle program. This is something that works very, very well on our Asian continent or on our Asian countries that are these core explainers. But again, you can also, when you're only one person, you can also have this artificial talk going on. I mean, there is nobody you talk to, but you have to imagine that you're talking to someone that makes so much more with your language. So you're not just some radio broadcaster who just says dry facts. You have a storyteller and a documentary fiction, almost a kind of thing. And I would put these two together. A storyteller is like something that I just play to you from the Serial podcast. This is like a reporter that is telling me the story of this murder, and it tells me the story week by week. And the documentary is almost in the same part. Sorry. But it can work more with like reporting when you're out in the field, actually. So this is it for journalistic podcasting. And I would suggest you can have questions, of course. And I didn't say this before, but we have translation. And if you have questions, you can also, of course, talk in your language, and it will be translated into English for me. But if you don't have questions now, we will have a break of 15 minutes. But of course, you can have questions. I don't know if there is some translation happening at the moment or not. Okay, so this is now very German. We have 15 minutes break, so I see you back in 5 before before 3. I write it down. It's 14:55. Oh, this is my time. Sorry. So your time is 15:55. Is that correct? Now I'm writing it to.
It's 3:45.
So see you in 15 minutes. So hello back from Berlin. Sun is shining suddenly. I don't know if you see the sun of my face, I guess. Welcome back. So where are we now in our webinar? We talked about what are podcasts. We talked about what do journalists do in podcasting and how should they do the podcast so that it is interesting. We talked about storytelling, and we had on the post-it notes, and that's what I really like, that you already put it down, that the host is so important, that it is this personality of the host that makes the podcast listenable. So this is the next chapter we will be talking about, is the host, the podcast host, and there will be an exercise. So please prepare that there will be an exercise. I tell you already now, you will have to record yourself on your iPhone and load it up. It will be an exercise of 30 to 30 seconds maximum. So please make sure it's possible for you to do this exercise. We will choose 3 of you by chance and listen to the 3 and discuss the host personality. So please just prepare for that. Before we start with the exercise, I have to sort some things out here, and I would like you again to get on the Jamboard. So just in case you lost it, because this is now about you. This is about you and why I think everyone can be a perfect host. And to find out what your podcast could be about, it's important to know, what is your passion? What do you know the most? And on the Jamboard, on the 3rd page, I will ask you to just upload an image that shows what is you, what is your passion. So please find on the internet a random picture. I don't care if it's Creative Commons or if there's a copyright, because I will not publish it or share it. Just find on the internet an image that presents what is you. I have 2 examples there. One is data. So obviously there's somebody who is a data journalist. And the other one, let's see, is, it's about voting. So I came up with this example because a colleague of mine was a volunteer during our last voting, do you say voting? Translator is probably something different. Like when you vote the chancellor, as we just did in September. So she was a volunteer, and you can also do a podcast when you know more about voting, for instance. So please take 4, 5, 6 minutes. I will see what's happening on the chart. And afterwards, I will explain to you what is the personality of a host, and I will introduce you to the exercise that we will be having on that. So brilliant. Some of you put down pictures. I really like this. So we don't have, since talking is a bit difficult, pictures say more than 1,000 words, obviously. So, so I just have to make sure the translators are on track because I suddenly started talking, I guess so. So yeah, I see some topics, I see some passions, and I'm wondering if these are going to be the future podcasts of Moldova. But I see rural life, obviously, or at least this is what this picture shows to me or means to me. I see a foodie podcast coming up, a podcast about food, which is a big topic. And again, we cannot forget our journalistic part in this. So it should probably not be something that is lifestyleish, but also has a journalistic point of view. My colleague who I do trainings with recently just started a food podcast, so I know a lot about this, by the way. Investigation, I see. And then I see 2 colleagues or 3 colleagues maybe that are already podcasting, or at least it looks like it. So there is a lot of experience on board already. Feel free to add more pictures to the board. It would be interesting to me to find out what you actually know or what you actually are passionate about. Let's see. So, how do we find our podcast personality? That is the big topic we will be talking about now. And I want to get back to my presentation, which is suddenly again somewhere else than it used to be. Okay. And I get you back on the track here. So what is important to know about hosts? First of all, I don't know who of you is in radio at the time. You're not a radio moderator, you're a host. What is the difference? I mean, in the English language, there's just this term host. In German, we say moderator, like radio moderator. And for me, this is really also a mindset. A host is somebody who invites guests, for instance, who welcomes you, who opens the door, who invites you in, who is just really a person you like to be with, right? So this is your personality. Nobody would listen to you if they don't like you. So it doesn't mean that everybody has to like every podcast host, but there are some people that like him and some people that maybe don't like him. So it's really about personality. And the second thing is be authentic. This is something I cannot teach you and I will not teach you because authenticity, you either have it or you don't. But we can teach you how to write a script, how to research, how to find your topic, how to find good examples, how to talk about your topic, but your authenticity you have to bring along. Nobody can teach you this. That means you have to be natural and you have to talk about things that you really want to talk about. It makes no sense you choose a topic that you really don't want to talk about, or you choose a topic because you think it's important or relevant. Everything is important. Everything is relevant. Why is it important to you? Why is it relevant to you? What makes a story your story? Why do I listen to you and not to somebody else? What makes you the competent person I should listen to? And these are the main questions you have to find out for yourself. The intimacy thing, I talked about it already a lot, that you are inside the head. And this is also why you have to be a welcoming host, somebody who is approachable, somebody who is on their eye level, that you talk to them in their language. Unique. There's also a nice quote of Eric Nuzum, the book I was talking about. And he says, "To me, indistinguishable is the enemy. The pathway to success in such a crowded, fast-moving field lies in being uniquely different, uniquely you, uniquely precise, exact, and clear in your vision." So remember, there are 2 million podcasts out there. Maybe in your country, not that many, or you don't speak all the languages the podcasts are in, maybe in Hindi or whatever. So let's say even if there are only 2,000 podcasts out there, why should I listen to podcasts made by you? What is different? What different perspective do you have to anybody else? This is important to find out. And if you find that out, then you're unique, and then you have a unique selling point, as marketing says. And then you will be successful with your podcast because your perspective has not been told so far. And I'm very, very sure and positive that everybody within you has this unique ability, this unique selling point. And this intimacy and the is that translated, does this mean personal, the last one? I hope so. Lichnost. If the last point should say personal, that's at least what I wanted to say. There's something in the chat. Personality, right. Thank you. That means informal speech is necessarily not the broadcasting radio speech. That is this podcasts have this personal narrative form. I want to tell you a story, what I experienced. I take you by the hand. I let you know what I experienced, and so on. So this is this very personal approach. And why do we need this? Why is this so important? And now we get back to the charts that we looked at. What are people doing while they are listening to you? And this is why it is important that you know all these facts and the statistics. They are on the road, they are in the car, maybe humping because somebody doesn't want to drive, eating or drinking a coffee, trying to go left side while somebody, so on, so on. So stuff is happening around them, or they're doing the laundry, or they're washing dishes, or they're bicycling to work. There's something happening. So you don't have the attention, the 100% attention. You cannot talk like you would write on a newsletter or on an online article. That will not work. You can only talk to them like you would talk to your friend, and in a language that they understand, or maybe, as I call it, the grandma factor, that you talk in a grandma language. A way, how can you explain your grandma why a corona vaccine is necessary? You can use the formal language, but you can also just talk on a very normal personal level with her. And this is where we want to be. This is where you need to be, because when people are driving their car or bicycling, they cannot concentrate so much on that. And this doesn't mean that this is a superficial medium, not at all. You just need to know that for basically science reason, that this is the way perception works on an audiovisual, on an audio medium. So this is why you should be personal. And also what means personal is share your own doubts, your own skepticism on this topic. You're not omnipotential as a journalist. You're never neutral. You're always subjective in a way. Share that. This is what, especially with fake news, makes this medium so important. You can say, I don't know if this is true or not. I really don't know, but I try to find out. And I don't know if I will have the correct answer, but I will try to find out. And this is the way, this is my research way. I'm taking you on my research journey, and I tell you how I try to find out if this is true or not. And this will be very, very interesting to listen to. If you have just a news report about it, it's difficult to follow. So this is what this is about. So how do you find your personality, your podcast host personality? First of all, before we start this exercise now, it's important for you to know what kind of version of me is telling this story. Because, and I'm not saying that I'm schizophrenic or something or a split personality, but everybody of us has different roles. I'm a mother of a child. I'm a journalist. I also have a small garden, dacha, where I grew vegetables. I like to ski. I like to drive my car, but sometimes I take the bicycle. I care about climate. So this is all part of me. Which part of me is podcasting? Because if the mother of me is podcasting, the podcast will be probably more on the perspective from a mother point of view. If the journalist is podcasting, I mean, okay, every one of you is a journalist, so this is not a good example, but if the car driver is podcasting, I will have a different opinion on climate change than as somebody who drives bicycle by heart. So this is really important for you to find out, who am I at this podcast, and concentrate just on this part of you, and don't let the listener get confused because they don't know who they are listening to. And of course, make transparent why you are the expert on this. So if you are a mother of 5 or 10 children, would be interesting to know right in the introduction, because then I know where I'm at. So be transparent about it. So now I have, I'm excited if this is going to work out, because for now it has been very difficult to hear you. Now is the possibility that we might hear you. We have an exercise prepared, and I would like as many of you to take part in it. So here is what I ask you to do. So basically, I want you to find your topic. Maybe it's already in the picture that you shared with us. Thank you for that. Why do you want to tell us about it? Why should I listen to you? Try to use I and me messages, like I want to tell you a story, something that happened to me. Yeah, this is what I mean with I and me messages. Then if you have, let's say, if part of your podcast is that you want to talk to somebody, introduce this guest and let me know in which relation you are, or how you found this guest, or is this a friend, or did it take a long time to find him, so on and so on. You have only 20 to 30 seconds for that one. And please record on your Speak Memo. I don't know how this application is called. On your phone, doesn't matter which phone you have, but I'm sure every phone has it. It's on my iPhone, it's called Sprachmemo in German. Maybe, I'm sure you will find it. Just record on your iPhone or smartphone, Samsung, whatever, and upload it to a Google Drive that I will now share with you. And please just take one take, of course, don't cut it, and just give it a try. And we will choose 3 by chance. The translators will translate it for me, and we will listen to them all together and discuss it. And I mean, this is not about, ooh, you have the best podcast idea now. This is not what it is about, not at all. What I want to work on now is this mentality, this this being a host, being personal, being you. I don't care about the topic. If for exercise reason you want to choose a very silly topic that has nothing to do with journalism or fake facts, it's fine, because we will be working on the topics next week in a design sprint. But now, for now, it's only about finding your personality, finding your podcast personality. This is not a spiritual seminar here, a webinar. So please try. I stopped the presentation now to share the Google Drive with you, which I have to find. And I really hope that you can upload there, because even though I give the permission, sometimes it doesn't work. So now in the chat comes the Google Drive where I ask you to upload your file. And now one last very important thing. If you record on an iPhone, you will have an M4A format. This is, of course, Apple has their own formats. This is an Apple format. I cannot play this. So before uploading your file, if it is an M4A format, please convert it. There are various converters out there. I can only give you a link to of course for free. I can only give you a link to a converter that is in German, but I'm sure if you just Google M4A to MP3, you will find various online converter. If you have problems with this, you can also talk to me or just say, okay, I couldn't convert it. It's in the Dropbox. Could you convert it for me? And of course I will. And I will just give you the converter link. So here it is. So this is, I just sent the link. This is a potential converter. And you have 30 minutes for that. So we have 25 now, plus so 55. I would ask you to be finished by 55. And we get back here at 5 after 5 your time, because the translators need to translate the 3 that we choose to talk about. So have fun, and if we have questions, I'm here. I have my screen, I have my camera turned off, but I'm here.
Я хотела спросить, можно?
Да, Елена, спрашивайте, вы хотели спросить.
Да, я хотела вот что спросить. Если у меня не сайт, а блог, на блоге тоже можно делать подкасты или нет? Или это нереально? Мне кажется, Надин отключилась вообще.
Надин, are you here?
Sorry, I had my micro. I'm talking, but my microphone was not fast. The question is, if you don't have a website, rather a blog. No, a blog is a website also. A blog, I mean, just basically any site in the internet where you can. Yeah. Of course, I was unclear about this. A blog is a website for me as well.
То есть там тоже можно поискать инструменты, да, для того, чтобы делать подкаст.
What kind of tools?
Ну вот вы на сайте рассказывали, что надо открыть, как сделать так, чтобы включить MP3 запись. А на блоге тоже есть такие возможности, да?
Yes, you have, but if you don't want to use a streaming like Yandex or Spotify or YouTube, you can use only your blog, but it will not be very user friendly because it will take a long time to load it, to listen to it, and the people will not know when the next episode is out. So it's always easier to use the applications like Spotify, Yandex, or whatever is common in your country.
Спасибо большое.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right. No problem. No, I forget. I keep forgetting about it. Hopefully. I hope not. Does it ask you to? Mm-hmm. Yeah. No problem. So you will just send me an email, or how would you do it? Okay, no problem.
привет! С вами снова я, Ирина Шлаева. Тема очередного подкаста «Культура традиций» – Новый год в разных странах мира. Почему именно этот праздник? Потому что он один из самых любимых не только в Молдове. Его ждут и взрослые дети на всех континентах. Волшебство, подарки, снег, бенгальские огни. Я вот уже вся в предвкушении. Все мы прекрасно знаем, как встречают этот праздник в нашей стране, но мало кто знает про традиции празднования этого торжества у других народностей. Ну что ж, поехали!
Bună ziua, prieteni! Mă numesc Sorina Obreja și astăzi vă prezint un podcast despre violența în familie. Este o temă pe care o urmăresc de cel puțin 10 ani și, din păcate, constatarea pe care pot să o fac astăzi și despre care o să vă prezint statistici este că lucrurile s-au înrăutățit, mai ales în perioada pandemiei. Așadar, întâi de toate o să vă povestesc istoria Mariei. Este o femeie pe care am cunoscut-o pe când eram reporter TV, acum 5 ani, imediat după ce a fost rău maltratată de soțul ei abuziv. Astăzi o să vă spun despre cum s-a schimbat viața ei între timp. După ce vă spun povestea ei, vom discuta cu un psiholog de la centrul La Strada.
Yes, I'm here. We have already 4. I will just wait 2 more minutes. That's the deadline, and then I will just let the chance decide. So it's in 2 minutes. I will tell you. Are the translators there? Sorry, I didn't write your names down in the beginning. That's why I'm. Okay, where are you? Where? I want to write down your names. Sorry, because I didn't know. Aljona, and okay, I don't know if we have Romanian so far. So I would. Okay. I understand, because if we listen to the podcast in Russian, you will have to translate them into Romanian, into English. Okay. Okay. So this is 4 now, right? Okay. So we only take 3. So I just make by accident, by chance, and I write in the chat. Okay. The names I I will do so. Wait, I have to find your name first now. Aljona. Yes, I will.
Alinu? Dar mă gândi duci tu, ia stai, că eu totdeauna nu pot târâi. Du-te acasă.
ziua, prieteni!
Okay, everyone. First translation just came in. So I would like to start. The problem is why we cannot start until the translators are finished, because I'm sorry, I thought so. Yeah. So we will, it will. Okay, thank you. Okay, let me just also copy and paste it. Where did you send it to? To my email address or? Because I didn't get it yet. No problem. Yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry for the time. Thank you. I got it. Thank you very much. Okay, everyone. Thanks to the translators, I also now know what you've done in your exercise. I let the lot or the load decide. So I just basically let the lot decide. I think this is the right word I wanted to say. So this is by coincidence. I choose 3. And now I want to listen to 3 of them. And I would like you, I understood that it's not so easy for you to talk with me or to use your microphones or whatever. But now I would like you, when we listen to it, to give your colleague a feedback in the chat at least. And just, you don't have to write much, just 1 or 2 words. And maybe if the translators could also write 1 or 2 words then in translation. So I get an impression of what you think about this. And you can please keep in mind what we said. Is this the podcast? Is this the topic of this person? Does it really feel that it's a passion of this person? And are they addressing you directly and personally? And you can also say something about the voice. Did you like the voice? Did you like the attitude? And so on and so on. So I start, let me see, I have to open the translation. I start with Olga. And I have to share my screen. So here we are.
Salutare, dragi ascultători! Sunt Olga Stăvilă și astăzi vă invit să luăm atitudine împreună, pentru că tocmai astăzi am aflat că în municipiul Chișinău lunar se obțin până la 300.000 de euro din vânzarea permiselor de conducere. Iar funcționari din cadrul Agenției Servicii Publice își iau partea leului din această schemă. Automobiliștii care au obținut în mod legal permisul se vor întâlni în curând în trafic cu acești șoferi care au achitat o mită care variază între 700 și 1250 de euro per permis. Ia atitudine! Condusul în siguranță în trafic contează.
Now the question to the translator who had to do it in Russian. Oh, okay, that quick. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, so please, your reaction, please, in the chat. Before, of course, I also say something.
Мне кажется, что стоит, чтобы потом прослушать еще раз без переводчика, потому что переводчик пытается передать интонацию голоса, да, но как бы суть мы поняли. Спасибо, если можно еще без переводчика.
Okay, yeah, definitely. Of course, I can put it once more. Ah, that's the wrong one. Sorry.
Salutare, dragi ascultători! Sunt Olga Stăvilă și astăzi vă invit să luăm atitudine împreună, pentru că tocmai astăzi am aflat că în municipiul Chișinău lunar se obțin până la 300.000 de euro din vânzarea permiselor de conducere. Iar funcționari din cadrul Agenției Servicii Publice își iau partea leului din această schemă. Automobiliștii care au obținut în mod legal permisul se vor întâlni în curând în trafic cu acești șoferi care au achitat o mită care variază între 700 și 1250 de euro per permis. Ia atitudine. Condusul în siguranță în trafic contează.
So, any reactions in the chat, please? First of all, Olga, thank you very much, and all the others.
Eu aș vrea să spun ceva. Prima impresie care mi s-a creat e una de știre, adică o știre din buletinul de știri. Și nu mi este clar în ce constă totuși specificul acestui podcast. Să înțeleg că vrea să prezinte știrile din Chișinău, adică nu știu ce dorește să facă. Dar mi s-a creat impresia că e un buletin de știri.
Мне показалось, что это не новостной бюллетень, а больше, ведущая очень живая и динамичная, а тема достаточно серьезная. И мне кажется, что здесь немного не хватает другой постановки голоса, в том плане, что он больше как развлекательного контента или даже рекламного. Вот голос очень звонкий, играющий. Он не настраивает на серьезность тематики. Не знаю, может быть, это еще зависит от того, что я русскоговорящая, а прозвучало на румынском, но это вот то, что на слух, и совпадение с переводом. Я, может быть, рекомендовала немножко другую подачу. А так, в целом, поставлен голос хорошо, привлекает, приятно слушать.
Thank you. More reactions? Well, first of all, Olga, do you have your screen on? I don't see you. Thank you very much, you and all the others that took the chance to be part of this exercise. Thank you very much that you were courage enough to do this, because I know this is something also not so easy, right? To record yourself and to just let it be heard by the others. By the way, sorry that I already pressed the play button when I did the technical check. That was by mistake. That was not for you all to listen to it before. So sorry about that. I do agree what you said at the end, that it is very dynamic. And I really like actually the voice. I disagree that I think it needs a different presentation, because for me, podcasting is about authenticity, and if this is what Olga sounds like, and if this is the passion, and also I hear there is a passion about this topic, that she really is also a bit anger about it, or wants to really get into this topic. I think this is, for me, this is okay. I think you should stay with that, and I like the dynamic in it, and I maybe this is also lost in translation a bit, but I don't need more seriousness in the voice. But what I didn't get really is, why are you connected to this topic? Besides that it is important, besides that it is news, every topic in journalism, guess what, is important in news. So why is this topic important to you? I didn't understand it. Are you how you say this? Are you mad because you also have a driver's license and you're driving around town, and now there are other people driving around town that paid for it and maybe cannot drive? Did you lose somebody in a car accident, or do you have children and are afraid that they will get hit by a car by a person who just bought the driver's license? I mean, there's so much music within this topic where I get a personal relation to it, but we missed it because we stick to the news. And this doesn't mean that you cannot present facts. You have to present the facts, but first, and the most important thing is to get the personal attachment to the topic, to get me. Because remember, I'm doing my laundry, I'm bicycling to work. So get me, get my personal and your personal connection to it. So I really think I like the dynamic in your voice, and I really think this is something you can work with as a podcaster, of course, but try to not to lose the personal relation to the topic. That'd be my advice. And I will go with the next one, which would be Serena. Oh, hold on. Yeah. Yeah. Do you see my screen now? Sorry. Do you see my screen now? Which one is it? Is it this one?
Should be the first one, I think.
So this one is translated, right? Okay. And this one is translated? Okay. Okay, thank you.
Всем привет, с вами снова я, Ирина Шлаева. Тема очередного подкаста «Культура традиций» – Новый год в разных странах мира. Почему именно этот праздник? Потому что он один из самых любимых не только в Молдове. Его ждут и взрослые дети на всех континентах. Волшебство, подарки, снег, бенгальские огни. Я вот уже все в предвкушении. Все мы прекрасно знаем, как встречают этот праздник в нашей стране, но мало кто знает про традиции празднования этого торжества у других народностей. Ну что ж, поехали!
Okay, and since it goes so quickly, I do it again.
Всем привет, с вами снова я, Ирина Шлаева. Тема очередного подкаста «Культура традиций» – Новый год в разных странах мира. Почему именно этот праздник? Потому что он один из самых любимых не только в Молдове. Его ждут и взрослые дети на всех континентах. Волшебство, подарки, снег, бенгальские огни. Я вот уже все в предвкушении. Все мы прекрасно знаем, как встречают этот праздник в нашей стране, но мало кто знает про традиции празднования этого торжества у других народностей. Ну что ж, поехали!
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so your reactions first, crowd.
Можно я скажу?
Yes, please.
Ну, я тоже уже вся в предвкушении. Мне хочется послушать такой подкаст, потому что, подкупает все сразу. И слова, и голос, манера подачи материала, тема. Мне кажется, что это то, что люди готовы слушать, вот так вот, не напрягаясь особо, на самом деле, в транспорте там, или выполняя какую-то работу, но все равно это будет привлекать внимание, и мне кажется, что будет интересно. Единственное, чего мне не хватило, то кто именно будет об этом рассказывать? То есть сама ведущая или у нее будут какие-то гости, кто-то еще будет делиться там опытом или какими-то там еще новшествами, советами, не знаю. Вот. А все остальное прекрасно, мне понравилось.
More reactions? So Irina is the name, correct? Yeah. So I also have to agree. You have really a very powerful, beautiful broadcasting voice. It's really fresh. It's nice in my ear, even though I don't understand the word. I would say this is like from the tone of your voice, everything is just really, really friendly, nice, personal. I feel at home, basically. So this is really good. It's an interesting topic chosen. I think it's also for a podcast, of course, it has a series, because we know this will happen in the first episode, this country, then the next country, and so on. So it has a serial thought in it. Again, I have to say the same as I said before. Why is this important to you? And not to Elena or Oljena or Alina or Christina, or what makes it special to you? So I was missing that link.
Да, я уже поняла, что стоило все-таки начать, наверное, с того, что традиции, допустим, соблюдаются в нашей семье, и поэтому хочется передать и поделиться каким-то кусочком тепла предновогоднего настроения. То есть я поняла, что более личностным должны быть подкасты. Но, с другой стороны, тут же сразу возникает вопрос, насколько может личным быть подкаст на тему того же коронавируса, ну, ковида, если мы говорим.
I showed you the podcast icon on my journalistic podcast. There was this coronavirus update podcast from Germany. And we have probably 15 coronavirus podcasts in Germany, but there's only one that is successful. And this is the one I showed you, which is translated into many languages and has 60 million subscribers so far. And this one is interesting, or people like to listen to it because of Christian Drosten, and Christian Drosten is a scientist behind it. He is an epidemic person. But this doesn't mean they are listening to them because he is an expert. They're listening to him because he's telling it from his perspective, how it is like to work all night, waiting for the next results, how it is like. And this is why he is so successful. And because he has this really, really normal language, he explains it very, very down to earth. And this is, and I think you can, I mean, being personal doesn't mean that you always have to start with an I message. This is just what we make for this exercise, just to get you in this mindset. It doesn't mean that you always have to say, oh, I am so upset because coronavirus. Oh, I'm afraid. Oh, this is all awful. This is not what I mean, but this is rather try to think of, you are talking to somebody and why should they, what are you talking about? So let's say you're talking about New Year's Eve. You don't have to say, oh, this is my favorite day of the year and this is why. I mean, you can start like this and it's a clear I message. You can also get the listener to the point where he gets just caught, like, oh, remember it's 12 o'clock. How does it feel like for you? Oh, now you have to say Happy New Year. Or maybe you hate it, but I love it. You know, you don't have to only talk about yourself. You can also find a beginning that relates to the person, but not only to you. So there are various ways, but the most important thing is that you get them there to get their attention, basically. So there is one last exercise. So I have from Margarita one. Is this correct? Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. Okay, but your colleague, Margarita, translated something else. Then I think the Serena one. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, but I get another one from her as well. Okay. Yeah, sorry, then we got all mistaken, but this is the one that I have, sorry about this, but this is the one that I have open here in my, so see, this is really by chance because we are choosing now even different ones. So the last one,
Bună ziua, prieteni! Mă numesc Sorina Obreja și astăzi vă prezint un podcast despre violența în familie. Este o temă pe care o urmăresc de cel puțin 10 ani și, din păcate, constatarea pe care pot să o fac astăzi și despre care o să vă prezint statistici este că lucrurile s-au înrăutățit, mai ales în perioada pandemiei. Așadar, întâi de toate o să vă povestesc istoria Mariei. Este o femeie pe care am cunoscut-o pe când eram reporter TV, acum 5 ani, imediat după ce a fost rău maltratată de soțul ei abuziv. Astăzi o să vă spun despre cum s-a schimbat viața ei între timp. După ce vă spun povestea ei, vom discuta cu un psiholog de la centrul La Strada.
Okay, and once more.
Bună ziua, prieteni! Mă numesc Sorina Obreja și astăzi vă prezint un podcast despre violența în familie. Este o temă pe care o urmăresc de cel puțin 10 ani și, din păcate, constatarea pe care pot să o fac astăzi și despre care o să vă prezint statistici este că lucrurile s-au înrăutățit, mai ales în perioada pandemiei. Așadar, întâi de toate o să vă povestesc istoria Mariei. Este o femeie pe care am cunoscut-o pe când eram reporter TV, acum 5 ani, imediat după ce a fost rău maltratată de soțul ei abuziv. Astăzi o să vă spun despre cum s-a schimbat viața ei între timp. După ce vă spun povestea ei, vom discuta cu un psiholog de la centrul La Strada.
Okay, thank you very much. So this was Sorina. Thank you also, Sorina. All women, by the way, women power. Reactions, please.
Ну, Сарина здесь показала свой интерес к этой теме, то есть она 10 лет ею занимается, она представила героиню, она посвятила нас, анонсировала то, что в передаче помимо статистики еще будут советы и общение с психологом, то есть в принципе все достаточно хорошо, конструктивно.
More reactions?
Мне понравилось, что здесь есть персональное отношение автора. Мне кажется, что в данном формате это очень было уместно, что журналист, было понятно, что она не с потолка эту тему взяла, что она действительно этим занималась, что у нее есть знакомые жертвы насилия. То есть сразу как-то проникаешься доверием к такому журналисту и хочется его послушать, потому что ты понимаешь, что он в теме.
Mi-a plăcut foarte mult vocea în radio și în podcast inclusiv. E foarte important să fie vocea și vocea Sorinii este foarte predispune să o asculți. E moale, cumva te invită să o asculți, ca și când spune o poveste. Și asta e important. Al doilea lucru pe care l-am remarcat este că ea din start cumva ne-a dat o agendă, ce va urma. Deci o avem acum avem povestea victimei, după care neapărat o să vorbim și cu un psiholog. Deci asta tot mi se pare important și cumva asta tot atrage publicul. Stai că vine și un psiholog să-l ascult și pe ea.
Și eu aș continua și aș mai spune că mi-a plăcut mult faptul că ea a făcut prezentarea, adică a spus de ce pe dânsa o interesează această temă. Și prin faptul că a spus că urmărește acest subiect de aproximativ 10 ani, oferă un soi de credibilitate pentru publicul care o ascultă. Pentru că asta înseamnă că ea cunoaște bine problema și ar putea să o deșghioașe, da? Să o prezinte într-un format util telespectatorilor, da? Sau auditoriului ei. Și tema pentru podcast, după mine, e una bună, e una de interes.
Well, I have almost nothing to add. I totally agree. I mean, you don't get too personal. You don't say, oh, I'm a woman, I don't want to be experiencing the same thing. And so this would be like very, very attached to it. But I think in this topic, I think it's even important to keep a distance a bit. And I really like what you what you've chosen for the intro, and this is almost the same as the example that I was playing this morning from Serial, from where the reporter Sarah Koenig said, I have been following this case since 1 year. So this is like this I message, right? Me, I have the credibility. I've been following this, and this is what makes you makes me want to listen to you, because I know you are an expert on this field. And actually, you're not only an expert, but you're bringing it down to one protagonist, one story. And this is about storytelling. So you decided there is a big topic, but I'm telling the story only by one person we follow. So this is actually already the next step that we'll be working on within the upcoming project, the storytelling part. But this is actually, yeah, I have nothing to add besides well done. Thank you very much, Serena. And thank you all. Sorry for the last that we didn't play now, but we have only 25 minutes left, and I wanted to just have a brief, short feedbacking. So thank you very much for this. Now we get to the last chapter of the day, which is sound and the power of sound and why it is important. Because I said podcasting is mostly about talking, but music can be used and should be used, and also atmospheric sound. Unfortunately, it's used very, very seldom. That means not often. And I think there is a chance mistaken. And I would like to introduce you to more possibilities besides talking. And because I've been talking so much today, we will do a quiz instead. So I don't know if you hear the music already. Let me find my Zoom application here. And here is the quiz that I would like to play with you. So please grab your iPhone and type in kahoot.it and the PIN. And you will be asked to enter a name. You can just enter 1, 2, 3 or your nickname. It doesn't matter. Unfortunately, it's important for the system. It just needs a name. But for me, it doesn't matter. I wait 2 more minutes, because once I have started the quiz, you cannot enter anymore. Unfortunately, we all first have to get here. If you cannot enter, it doesn't matter. It's just a bit interactive. So no worries, if you cannot enter, you can still just keep on guessing with us, of course. I wait 1 more minute, listening to this beautiful music. So this is our last chapter about podcasting. We will be talking about why we use sounds and music and why it is important to use sounds and music. And I give it another round of the music, and then we start. Okay, So I turn off the music because I get crazy from it. Let's start. This is about noise. True or false? And the Romanian speakers, I don't know if you need translation here. I will not read it out in Russian. Okay, interesting. So 3 of you said during sleep, the ear is turned off, which is obviously wrong. And 2 of you said during sleep, the ear is not turned off, which is right. Okay, imagine you were back in Stone Ages and you were lying next to the fire and sleeping, and there would be a lion coming or something like this, and you would not be hearing that the lion would come, then mankind would have not survived. So this is why our ear is always turned on. Always, always, always. It's the only sense that's really always turned on, because our eyes are closed when we sleep, but our ears are on. And if our ears wouldn't be on, we would not hear the clock in the morning, right? So we really need our ears. So it's a very, very important sense. Let's see the next one. So the hearing is the slowest of all. This is false, says the majority of you, and this is right. No, sorry, this is wrong. Yes, it's wrong. This is right. Yeah, I got confused. So the ear is, and it has to do with the first thing that I said when we related to our evolution, when we were necessary, where it was necessary to hear while we're sleeping. Always, it's also always necessary to hear when our enemy is approaching us. So this is why it has to be the fastest of all, so that we can run away. This is very, very old, obviously, as old as evolution. But again, remember, you are inside the head of the listener, you're in their brain, basically. So here again, it has to do with science as well, that the neurons that are connected with your ear are directly connected with the brain. There is no translation like with the eye needs to be translated, the information. So the ear is the fastest. Oh, so probably most of you didn't understand the question. What is atmospheric sound? What is atmo? Atmo and atmospheric sound is, for instance, in the podcast, and I will play examples to you now, is like when you hear a car driving by while somebody's talking. That is atmospheric sound. And what is important for you as a podcaster is that a sound or an atmospheric sound or music is always an information by its own. And why is this important to know? Because this is for your creativity, for your creative process when you start post-producing and trying to tell a story, not only by your words, not only by your hosting, not only by the artificial talk you're having, but also using sounds, which makes it then really rich and really beautiful to listen to. Never repeat what you say in words with sound. Like if I would have birds singing as an atmospheric sound, and then the voice would say, birds are singing. This is like double, right? Because I already hear the birds singing. I'd need nobody telling me the birds are singing. So this is an error a lot of broadcasters do. And this is important for you to know, that the listener can, like in their perception, get both informations and they don't want a repetition. And this is really important for you as a creative process to know that you can use both. And now the last question, my favorite one. Okay, so this is, I don't have the, I just have the shortcut. Can somebody of the translators please quickly tell me what's written in yeah. Yeah, okay, that's, yeah, I just have a shortcut here, but I didn't know exactly the formulation. So yes, everybody of you was right, perfect. That's, wow, because usually I get participants getting it wrong. Why is this important to know? Okay, I always get the sides wrong, but one side, and I'm not saying it's left or right, it doesn't matter. One side is emotion. The other side is logic, ratio. Logic, ratio, speech, words, numbers, is slow thinking. It takes a long time for the brain to really get the information. 2 seconds, 3 seconds, I don't know, it doesn't really matter. The other side is emotion. And this is right away. The brain is able to get this information right away. Like if I listen to a sad music, I'm already sad. In a second. I don't need a sentence tell me, oh, I'm really sad, because this is what the brain, the logical brain, always needs to translate into information. So this is why it is important also, and this is what I stressed so much in the beginning. Why do we tell stories emotionally? Because this emotion is the fast translation in the brain. The other one is the slow one. So if we have music and you use music in your podcast, use it wisely, but use it because it is a treasure. Like you can really put it to the point. And this is really important to know and to get your information across. Thank you very much for taking part in the quiz. And now I want to give you some good examples, or at least I think good examples. I have to restart it to get the tone. So as I said in the beginning, we have this Atmo, and Atmo can be a very creative thing to use, atmospheric sound. And I have a podcast here from Germany, and it's no worries, it doesn't matter about the language. It's called Noise, and Noise is about, basically about fake news. And what they try to do in the very beginning, you see it's 1 minute, 30 seconds. So in the very beginning, they try to get the listener to this point to say, okay, there is a tabloid paper in Germany, it's called Bild Zeitung, and they are producing a lot of loud, I wouldn't say fake, but a lot of loud news. And they're making noise. And I mean, of course, you can say this as a host, but you can also create an audio creation by itself. And this sounds like this.
Das klassische Bild-Erfolgsrezept für den Geschmack des kleinen Mannes. Eben gerade bei diesen schöne Frauen.
And so on and so on. So now comes the music part, but this is to some other topic. But you hear, you can create with like mixing, post-production, you can get an energy and dynamic by saying, okay, they are really producing a lot of tabloid, loud loud news or fake news, even to make it clear without saying a word, but using a lot of sound. Another thing I heard on this Russian podcast, I really like, they also use a lot of Atmo in the beginning, and here it is.
Папа, а ты знаешь, что мой нос очень похож на бабушку?
TOS system test. Okay.
Самолет разговаривает.
Это звук легкомоторного самолета Cessna, на котором я лечу на берег озера Туркана. Слетаем. Оно находится в Африке, на границе Кении и Эфиопии. Много лет там совершаются самые важные открытия об истории человечества. Вы слушаете выпуск о том, как одно семейство ученых изменило наше представление об эволюции всего нашего семейства – гоминид. Это подкаст студии «Либо-либо. Голый землекоп». Я Илья Колмановский. Привет.
So here you have very smartly done in the beginning this really atmospheric sound, but it's not only atmospheric sounds, it's even more. It is a reportage element. It's really a thing happening. They are flying in the airplane, and at the beginning you don't really get, oh, what's happening, and then okay, step by step, and your attention is caught, right? We talk about an ear catcher, so this is really, really clever to do. And then you get this really normal introduction, and afterwards you just have this what you call it, this music, this jingle that comes every episode, and that is really like a very clever way to start, first with the scene, then what is this topic about, and then this music. This is a classical intro, as we will call it. Intro is also something we will be talking about during this project seminar. And this is also very important to have the very good ear catcher in the beginning and good intro. And this is, you see, there's a lot to podcasting we still have open and talk about, but I hope you get an idea, even though this was a very quick ride through music and atmospheric sound. But for me, it was important that you get an idea what's possible, that there's much more music to it. And for that, I want to close my presentation now because there's only some little minutes left. And I would open those minutes to you for some left questions.
Надин, что делать, если, вот как в моем случае в подкасте, была общая тема «Культура традиций», а потом разграниченные подтемы? Как персонализировать выходы, если получается у нас общая тема и разные подтемы? Каждый раз придумывать что-то новое, чтобы слушатель чувствовал, что это моя тема, я в ней растворяюсь. Как здесь быть? Потому что тема про Новый год, да, если годе. Это сколько? А если я говорю, что в подкасте «Культура традиций» сегодня мы поговорим о таком празднике, как Новый год, то это уже здесь немножко другое, мне так кажется.
I don't know if I got your question right. So you are wondering if this personal approach is necessary each episode?
Ну да, получается одна тема, разные подтемы. как в этом случае делать вот этот вот подход и обращение к слушателю, чтобы он чувствовал, что я причастна к этой теме?
I still don't know if I understand it, but I try to answer. So it's a mindset, basically. That's why I did this exercise. This exercise is really like, okay, I message your passion and so on. Of course, as a podcaster, you're not always talking about your favorite topic, like food, for instance, or whatever. But the mindset is so important that for us journalists, and for journalists, it's more hard than for, let's say, you're a bicycle person and you like to talk about bicycles, but you're not a journalist. They will be very natural and on the podcast right away because they don't have this journalism thing going on. And we journalists, for us, it's always really heavy to go down one step down from the ladder. We're always on a meta level, and that's why we need to go down a bit for this talkative approach. You don't always have to say, this is my favorite topic today, and I have to tell you why this is related to me. But I only can tell you the podcasts that are successful have this approach, not always this I message, but they have the approach that they are telling a story. I don't know if this helps you.
Спасибо.
Я еще хотела спросить, подкасты — это, как правило, серия? Не может же быть какой-то один просто отдельный подкаст. Но это, я так понимаю, что это должна быть серия материалов, но каждый материал должен быть сам по себе, ну, самостоятельный. То есть, чтобы послушав его от начала до конца, было все четко и понятно. Но если человека интересует дальше эта тема, он будет слушать следующий подкаст из этой же серии.
Yes, it's always a series because a podcast is always a subscription. And if you have a subscription, of course, there must be something coming afterwards. So from the technical point of view, it's always a series. And also, and this is why the conceptual part is so important. If you think about it, you have to say, oh, okay, do I really have enough to tell for episode 2, 3, 4, 5? There's two things you can have. You can either have a closed series where you say from the very beginning, I have 8 episodes or 2 or 3 or 6, and it's only these 6, or you have a never-ending story going on, like a daily podcast, then it doesn't matter, but it's always more than one. Yeah. Like Netflix. I don't know if you watch Netflix, but there's the mini series in Netflix that has 4 episodes. And there's this.
Eu vreau să întreb, în condiția concursului care se referă la coronavirus era că efectuați 5 podcasturi. Asta înseamnă 5 un podcast cu mai multe episoade sau 5 episoade ale unui podcast care se referă la coronavirus?
Aici cred că pot răspunde eu, Sorina. Pot fi 5 episoade ale unui podcast.
Și mai am o întrebare pentru Nadine. Cât de mult dumneavoastră, ca specialist, recomandați ca podcastul să se apropie de genul de reportaj radio, adică să conțină sincron, în sensul de interviu audio cu persoane care sunt implicate, da? De exemplu, nu știu, autorități locale sau asta în afară de specialistul cu care discutăm. Iată, în cadrul poveștii. Da, de exemplu, eu povestesc că, uite, am descoperit că informația despre bărbatul de la Hâncești despre care s-a spus că a murit de coronavirus nu este adevărată. Și aici includem un sincron audio cu cineva, cu medicul de familie, să zicem.
Usually if you tell a story in podcasting, the most important thing is that somebody tells a story. So either you're a host and a co-host, like 2 colleagues talking to each other, or you're by yourself, which is also fine. And usually what podcasters do, or US American podcasts that do storytelling, that they then include sound bites, seldomly the whole interview, within their story. So they say, and I talked to him, and then he said, and we went on. So it's like really a story. We will be talking about this, but this is really a story that is enriched with the original sounds. I'm not so much a fan of authorities talking unless it's really unnecessary, because they, at least in Germany, they are always phrases, and there's not much new information about it. But if so, I know in journalism it's always like, oh, we need this authority, otherwise our report is not important. I do not agree with that unless it's really important for the story. So the story is in the middle. But of course, you need to talk to people, and you need to record the interviews. And then in the end, you see if you want to use it or not. Because sometimes people give you interviews and they are not very good in talking, or I don't know, it didn't work out the way it wanted it. So, but yeah. But of course, yes, of course, it should not be you just telling a story with no evidence and no sources.
Am și eu o întrebare. Podcasturile au ceva foarte... au mult în comun cu jurnal personal al gazdei.
Personal journal is like a journal, like a Tagebuch, like a written journal, like?
Da, un gen de... Da, foarte multe opinii ale gazdei și corespunzător motiv pentru care ele pot fi foarte subiective în abordări. Nu vedeți aici niciun pericol nu vedeți aici niciun pericol pentru jurnalism în general?
I think the other way around. I think it's very dangerous for the journalism if we don't put our perspective in, because we always have one. We just pretend we don't have one, but there's always something that forms us. If I'm a mother, I report about something completely different if I hate children. And if I don't let the listener know what my perspective is on it, they will not know what my information is about. When they know that I like children, they know that I will be probably pro that, and then they can have their own opinion about it, if to trust me or not. Of course, I have to include the other voices, but I think this is I think this might be different in my country and your countries, but I think journalism in my country is in crisis because journalists always pretend to be neutral, but they are not. And in the moment where they say, I'm not neutral and I know it, and please know this and this is where I come from, so then you know where the journey goes to. Can you follow me?
Am înțeles, nu sunt de acord cu dumneavoastră, dar v-am înțeles, Nadine. Este o regulă generală că jurnaliștii trebuie să nu reflecte, să nu mediatizeze cazuri care îi vizează personal. În acest caz, înțeleg că de multe ori gazdele podcasturilor pornesc tocmai de la o experiență personală și anume de asta am vrut să vă întreb. Accept punctul dumneavoastră de vedere. Eram doar curios să știu ce credeți despre asta.
Dacă pot să intervin. Eu cred că în cazul în care un jurnalist povestește un podcast, atunci el își expune experiența personală de jurnalist. Adică eu am trăit, am trecut prin asta, am investigat, am fost la locul faptei și am văzut cu ochii mei. Este ceea ce faci într-un reportaj, adică tu povestești lucrurile așa cum le-ai văzut, dar respecti principiul jurnalistic ca să păstrezi distanța față de personaj, de subiect. Dar este aici experiența ta de jurnalist pe care o povestești.
De acord cu asta. Eu mă refeream strict la experiențele care ni se întâmplă. De exemplu, am avut o situație concretă când un jurnalist a mers la spital cu copilul și era tare nemulțumit de felul cum a fost tratat copilul la spital și a făcut o întreagă investigație la tema asta, care îl viza pe dânsul personal și atunci cred că aici e o problemă de etică, de aia așa am întrebat.
I mean, there's a big difference between opinion and where you come from. I don't know the English word in German. I don't know, Oljena, if you can translate it. In German, it is Meinung and Haltung. Podcasting should not be about your personal opinion. This is not what I mean. But podcast is a way to be transparent. As Sorina said, I was there. And I had this and this difficulties maybe finding it out, just so you know. But what in journalism usually we have is this omnipotent journalist that thinks that he knows everything and he pretends to know everything. And that's the attitude they come along with. And this is something I would rather cut off here and really say, I don't know everything. I really don't know, but I try. And this is where I come from. This is what I experienced, and I try my best to give it across. But this is not it's not about opinion. It's about I don't know the right word to
background. I think
I don't know if attitude points it
background.
To it, or it's probably getting lost in translation. The difference.
Atitudine este exact cuvântul potrivit.
For instance, this Russian podcast we just listened to, okay, we know he is on this plane, he is experiencing this, he is going there. This is a complete different approach than, okay, I know it all right away. So, yeah.
Okay.
And this doesn't mean that we don't get our handicraft right. I mean, we have everything you learned in journalism school is so true, and this is why why it was so important for me to reproduce these characteristic of journalistic podcasts, that it is correct, that the facts are correct, that you did research, that everybody who is in the topic got listened to. So everything you know about journalism still has to be taking place, right? So fair and balanced and so on. This is still very, very important, or the core of it. So I see nobody speaking. I have no voices in my ear and in my brain. So I thank you a lot that you stick with me, that for your attention. I hope I got a bit of my passion concerning the podcasting along, and that you have Lust. Oh, no, I'm missing the English word. That you have the pleasure, yeah, maybe to try it, or maybe you are already a podcast and you know, and I will be very, very interested in the journey we are going together during this project. I hope to see some of you again, and yeah, have a nice evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Da, dacă îmi permiteți, aș vrea să spun și eu două cuvinte. Nadine, mulțumim tare, tare mult pentru experiența dumneavoastră. Eu cred că cuvântul pasiune este exact definiția pentru podcasturi. Vreau să vă anunț, colegi și colege, unii au plecat de la acest webinar, dar sunt sigur că au rămas chiar cei interesați de această temă. Noi deja am anunțat înscrierea pentru al doilea webinar, care va avea loc tot cu Nadine peste o săptămână, marți, 19 octombrie. Neapărat o să primiți pe adresele dumneavoastră electronice toate detaliile pentru asta. Mulțumesc, Олена.
Спасибо большое за внимание. Я надеюсь, что мы сегодня запустили проект. И хочу только от себя добавить, что следующий вебинар на тему дизайн-спринта – это уникальный опыт. Уникальный опыт, как работать в команде, как в команде в течение, в оригинальной версии 5 дней, а в нашем случае буквально 4 часов, разработать рабочую, привлекательную идею, которую вы смогли бы представить на питчинге. Поэтому буду рада всех видеть, и хотелось бы все-таки, чтобы вы получили этот уникальный опыт дизайн-спринта. Хорошего вечера всем.
La revedere!
Спасибо, хорошего вечера.